Prospector. The Bombarders. The Bombardiers. I have them.
This, you will not have it. I bring a message from the Nile.
Guardian, what do you need? Good eye.
So, console.
Even loaded.
Hello, Guardian. Make good use of it. Put their foul words out of your mind. We've surmounted every challenge. The darkness makes no difference. The walls are no longer there.
Side
Much to be done and little time to do it. The pyramid must be completed. My cores make some reports. I agree. Stand with me, Guardian.
Nice shooting out there.
Underway. amuse the Emperor. More where this came from. The Emperor's wealth is vast.
Void light can only be created by Guardians. I don't understand how the Hive got their claws on it. This. What is this? This is a cap on some kind of summoning spell. The whole thing is being powered by void light. The Hive are calling something to Titan. No wonder they don't want company.
Is someone there? Hello? Hello? Anybody in the rig listening? I swear I just heard a voice.
We copy. Who is this?
I'm just gonna keep going and keep talking and hope that the signal gets better.
The Hive can't summon anything without those crystals. Are there others with you?
No, just us down here. Came down here as a squad of 9. Got picked off one by one. Watched a wizard rip the light out of my best friend and funnel it into some kind of crystal.
They're harvesting guardians. These are all guardians. We've been able to use the void light against the hive twice now.
Really? Then my friends didn't die for nothing. Getting a little dicey down here. You need to turn back.
Hang in there. We're on our way.
No! Turn back!
I know what to do. We have to turn the crystals against the hive.
But there are no powered crystals in this chamber. What's plan B? I take it back. Together, we're gonna end this.
Do you have another plan?
Nope. Same plan. Give Sloan my regards.
She sacrificed herself. This ends here. God checks. Well, we did it. Wish we'd had time to think of another way, but we did it.
I was scared to forget.
They must really love this spot.
The Hive do require precise conditions for their rituals.
Portal destabilized. Ready?
Another demoralizing defeat for the Hive. I've lost count of your victories, but I know there will be many more. Taliban, are you there? Sir, they're not responding.
This is a cap on some kind of summoning spell. The whole thing is being powered by void light. The Hive are calling something to Titan. No wonder they don't want company.
Is someone there? Hello? Hello? Anybody in the ring listening? I swear I just heard a voice.
We copy. Who is this?
I'm just gonna keep going and keep talking and hope that the signal gets better.
The Hive can't summon anything without those crystals.
Came down here as a squad of 9. Got picked off one by one. Watched a wizard rip the light out of my best friend and funnel it into some kind of crystal.
They're harvesting Guardians. These are all Guardians. They must really love this spot.
The Hive do require precise conditions for their rituals.
Against the Hive. Wizards down.
But there are no powered pistols in this chamber. What's plan B? Your standard operating procedure of targeted violence appears to be wildly successful. I take it back. Together, we're gonna end this.
You have another plan?
Nope. Same plan. Give Sloan my regards.
She sacrificed herself. This ends here. wherever you are. Thank you. We won't forget what you did today.
Bioenergy coming from your location. And that is never a good sign. What's the plan here?
Shoot lots of hive.
That's a good plan.
The portal. That's the last of the wizards.
No high biosignatures on my end. They weren't a match for you guys.
You'll be on the nutty side. Still in one piece? All yours. See you later.
Don't worry. We'll deal with it as many times as it takes.
neutralized. We stopped them in their tracks.
You make it look easy.
We have a problem that requires your attention. The Vanguard did a sweep of the existing Royal archives. We found references to the Hephaestus Index. The Index is a weapons development database. If our enemies gain access to it, they could reverse engineer dangerous ordnance. I've located multiple access terminals that house the data. Destroy them.
Successfully destroyed the first terminal.
Excellent work. Destroy the next terminal.
Hard data has been eradicated. Now we...
Hey, wait. I scrambled the Vanguard channel so we can have a private conversation. Look, Zavala is right about the risk. You can't just destroy history.
I understand how you feel, but what do you suggest we do?
Do what Zavala says. Just make me a copy. I'll be able to study the index, and Zavala won't have to worry about our enemies exploiting it.
All right, we'll take care of it.
Let's establish a preliminary connection between the network and its reader.
Connection established. Looks like the deleted data is still on 2 backup server shards. Access them, and I can recompile it. Slight complication. The Hive found you.
We can handle the Hive, even the frozen person. Just keep the network open.
I can reassemble it. Got all the data, but I need extra computing power for the reassembly. Get to the main terminal.
Beginning assembly.
They're helping me, Zavala. The Hephaestus Index is an incredible resource. We can't lose it. I need you to trust me.
Do I really have any other option?
Keep the hive away while I'm working.
tagal naman dito matapos.
Thank you. The index is safely offline, and we can use it to recreate Golden Age tech. Think of what we could make.
I am interested. But if this information ever becomes a problem, I will hold you personally responsible.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
Ogres, on their way. Don't let them see us. Or let them see us and then get out of the way. Don't worry. We'll deal with them as many times as it takes. rig is neutralized. We stop them in their tracks.
You make it look easy.
Regret this.
What?
Judgment.
I have more agency as an agent than I ever did wielding the light.
You lost everything.
Nothing that ever mattered. I would die for those items.
You don't understand.
No.
access perhaps to the same amount of medical services as some other parts, particularly in counties like this that have certainly a lot of good access. Perhaps the same amount of good, and that's been able to get testing, particularly in counties like this that have doing a lot of good cases, and there have been cases there. So we want to keep doing that as well. But we also want to do it as convenient as possible for people. And so I want to thank Home Depot and I want to thank Publix for both agreeing to help us make testing even more accessible. And what we're going to be doing, and we're starting here today, we're going to have 3 sites at testing sites in parking lots at Home Depot and 3 testing sites at parking lots in Publix. So this Home Depot here has now this testing site that is set up. And so if you're shopping and you want to get a test, you have the ability, very easy access. You don't even have to leave the parking lot to be able to do it. So we think that that's important as Florida continues to recover, that it's as accessible and as easy as possible for people. The numbers in terms of what Florida's done with the accessible sites is great. We've done about 200,000 tests just at our drive-through testing sites throughout the course of the epidemic, and the walk-up sites, we've done about 40-some thousand tests for that. So that's good. That's about 250,000 tests, which is very, very significant. In fact, we do more tests. We get more test results back in a single day sometimes than some of these smaller states have done throughout the entire course. But certainly if you go over a week in Florida, that's more than a lot of the states have done, which I think is very, very impressive. So we're going to have Home Depot on board. We're going to have Publix on board. You also have 77 new privately run sites with CVS. You have 9 Walgreens sites, and you have 9 Walmart sites. So as the demand has gone down for our traditional drive-through sites, perhaps as people are shopping, they have the ability now to get tested. But we're not going to take resources away from the primary focus of testing, which has been, for us, our staff and residents of long-term care facilities. The state of Florida, through our National Guard strike teams, we've tested close to 100,000 residents and staff members at long-term care facilities. Of course, Florida has over 4,400 long-term care facilities. By doing that testing, you've been able to identify outbreaks before they spread wider. You've even been able to have time where just one staff member comes back positive and you can isolate them. So we believe that that's something that's very important to continue to do going forward. I know local leaders like Mayor Kerner, Mayor Singer, they understand the long-term care facilities, the risk that you have in those facilities in particular. And the reason why you have more risk there is, one, because you have more elderly population, mostly have underlying existing health conditions, but then you also have an environment where the virus can spread rapidly. Close quarters, you have a lot of contact, and so if you have a staff member introduce it asymptomatic, it can spread quickly. We've got to keep doing this and do the periodic testing of staff, testing the residents, because that's really the best way that we can help save lives. This puts the risk in perspective in terms of with our long-term care facilities. The state of Florida has had more COVID-related deaths in the age 90 and above bracket than it's had in the age 65 and below bracket. And that is pretty stark. So we've got to continue to do that, and we will. I also want to announce today that, or just remind people that we need to be preparing for hurricane season. Jared has been working on a lot of different things. Obviously, how you do certain things with evacuations. You know, if we have the virus still prevalent in the community, is something that is going to have to be a big part of that. But we also want individual Floridians to be prepared. So it's great to be here at Home Depot. I know Floridians have been packing Home Depots throughout this mitigation period, but we're officially kicking off the Hurricane Preparedness Tax Holiday, which begins today and extends through Thursday, June 4th. So please take advantage. If you need flashlights, if you need batteries, if you need generators, any other materials through this period, it's all tax-free. and we want people to plan, have a plan for their family, prepare, and hopefully we get spared having major storms hit the state of Florida. But as we know, going through this every year, you've got to be prepared for the storms to come. And if you're prepared, then you'll be able to weather the storm effectively. So I want to thank Home Depot again for having us here. I really appreciate the legislature passing this holiday last year. I'm glad I was able to sign it into law. We're going to do that again for next year as well. But if you need those supplies, now is a great time to be able to get it. Let's prepare for the worst, but hope for the best when it comes for hurricane season. I want to invite Jacob to come up with Home Depot. I think he's got something for me, which I appreciate. Then maybe if you want to say a few words.
All right, so first, good afternoon, and thank you all for coming to the Boca Home Depot. And I want to thank the governor for, one, attending this event, and then also growing the support we have in the relationship with the state of Florida and the micro testing sites that he has given us the opportunity to set up. So customary when we have a visitor come to the Home Depot, we deliver an apron that is specific, that was made here at the Boca store. So it represents the state of Florida, but the thing that I want to call out the most is the United States Navy. And so on behalf of the 35,000 Home Depot associates in 169 locations, we would like to say thank you for your service. You got it. You got it. All right, so I'm going to talk about this topic, a little bit of COVID, and a little bit of hurricane preparation, and we appreciate the governor's message around prepare now, take advantage of this holiday. We believe it will look a little different this hurricane season than before. So look, I'll start out with just saying there's some things that Home Depot has done, and we did it early and proactively that visually you can see in the store. And I point out the plexiglass shields to left and right, the social distancing markers throughout the store. And then I want to call out the yellow aprons that some of our leaders are wearing. We're known for our orange aprons, but these leaders are wearing aprons called the social distancing captains. And these leaders bring to light all of our COVID processes and programs to make sure our associates and customers can really feel what it's like in our stores and to be safe. And then to talk about the hurricane preparation. Look, back in the early 90s, Hurricane Annie hit South Florida. And as a company, that's when we realized that disaster response had to be one of our priorities. We take that very seriously. Our wish, our hope is that we will not
Take an incursion reported. Can someone in the field confirm?
What we want to make sure is that everyone understands that we are prepared. We put a task force together of experienced hurricane experts, and then we took what we've learned over the last 3 months in COVID-19 response and the things that you're seeing throughout the store, and we have a plan. We will be able to serve our customers during the hurricane season with a landfall or without. And we are prepared, and we ask you to do the same thing. The Home Depot Foundation has increased response to nonprofit organizations to make sure they can respond well quickly after a disaster. And as always, we will be here to support our local, state, and federal officials. We've been doing this for the past 3 months by donating masks and donating tens of millions of dollars to local healthcare facilities, hospitals, first responders. And what that looks like in South Florida is $250,000 just here in South Florida. So look, before I hand it over, I would just like to take a moment to thank all of the Home Depot associates, the 35,000 here in the state of Florida, everything you've done. All right? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Florida Emergency Management Director, Jared Moss.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you. I want to thank the mayors behind me for their assistance, and I want to thank Home Depot and Publix for helping us start these microsites. So as the governor talked about, obviously we've been doing a significant amount of testing here in the state of Florida. Obviously the first mode of testing was a major drive-through.
Don't lose heart. We're in this together.
And then we opened up those walk-ups that the governor talked about because there were communities that didn't have access. And now have over 16 of those walk-ups all over the state of Florida. We then went into places like Immokalee and Indiantown and made sure that those folks had access to testing. And so we will continue to go wherever we need to in whatever neighborhood doesn't have access to make sure testing is accessible, because testing is free. And so the division will continue to do that. One of the things we realized, obviously, is that as we get to reopening, we started to see a decline in people coming to these testing sites. So as we're getting back to regular life, we want testing to be more accessible to the governor. We're talking about these sites are not meant for people who feel sick. If you feel sick, you have symptoms, we're not asking you to come drive here. We want you to go to the testing sites we set up. But if you're out shopping, if you're out back in society, and you just want to get a test, we want to know for sure, we want to make it convenient. And that's the whole point of these sites. These are retail sites. And we'll see what kind of data we collect. It'll really give us an idea about people who might be asymptomatic, and that will be interesting to help inform people at the Department of Health. And as far as your workers here at Home Depot and public potential businesses, they have access to testing now every couple of days. So you guys can work in what time you are doing. The governor talked about how we're doing 100,000 tests done at long-term care facilities. We now are doing 10,000 tests per day at these long-term care facilities. It's been a priority of ours. It's why we were very early on in closing these facilities, looking at the lessons learned in the state of Washington, talking to my counterpart there, talking to the general of the National Guard out there. Washington had the first outbreak in the nursing home. Just to make sure that they are a priority. It's why we're looking at things about helping them with negative pressure rooms and sanitation as well. And so, just last week we opened up 6 new walk-up sites in Opelika, Daytona Beach, North Lauderdale, Miramar, Sarasota, and one right here up the road at FAU. The mobile lab that we have, as far as we still know, we're the only one in the country that has a rapid mobile lab that we've been driving not just to nursing homes, but we'll be using that with the homelessness population because we want to make sure, obviously, that they are getting tested as well. And we will continue to find new and innovative ways that we can drive a lab to a location to get results in 24 hours. The governor talked about hurricane season. I promise there's somebody who does not have a hurricane more than myself this year. But we'll be ready. The folks in the Division of Emergency Management are battle tested. You're talking Hermine, Matthew, Burma, Michael, Dorian, and now the pandemic. And so we'll be ready. We've been at a level 1 the first time. We've been at a level 1 carrying into hurricane season. We've done a lot of hurricane preparation. I've taken our planning cell, separated them out from the COVID-19 response to make sure that they're doing hurricane COVID-19 response. And things will take a change. One of the big lessons learned from the pandemic is we have to have a lot of material on hand. So we have 10 million masks in reserve for hurricane season. We have 5,000 thermometers, 5 million gloves, 1 million face shields, and we went out and purchased 50 large capacity generators because of the power restoration takes longer than usual. Working with the CDC team on the American Red Cross shelter standards, we are also really leading the charge on non-congregate shelters that can hotels as potential shelters. So we've compiled a list of 200 hotels that have signed up to do that. We're going to continue to add to that, and we will provide those to the counties because, as the folks know behind me, evacuations and shelters happen at the county level. But we want to make sure that they have the tools available, whether they decide to use those tools, those non-congregate shelters for COVID-positive people only, for seniors only, or people with underlying conditions, or just general use.
We've utilized taking materials to build Tech
make those decisions. We want to give folks options. Because the most important thing, in my opinion, going into hurricane season, is that if you live in an area and if that area is not safe for you with a hurricane approaching, we must make sure that you feel comfortable to leave your house and get out of harm's way. We got to have that confidence that we're providing a safe place to go. We can reopen everything, but if you don't have the confidence to go back out, you're going to stay. And so we'll continue to make sure that we're mitigating those risks as we go through the remainder of the period that we're dealing with COVID-19 and obviously as we get into hurricane season. We talk about know your zone, know what evacuation zone. We also want you to know your home, especially in the June and July period when maybe our storms are not major hurricanes like the August and September period. And that may be because if your home is safe for that hurricane approaching, sheltering in place may be the best option. Folks, again, behind me will make those decisions. So if you live in a newer structure, a newer house that has more up-to-date code, and we're not dealing with a major hurricane, you have to stay in place to get the best case scenario. You want to make sure you have 7 days of supply. Now's the time to go do that. Let's not rush to the stores. As we get into a hurricane, with a hurricane approaching, let's make sure we're being proactive. Because as we know, supply chains of the pandemic have been difficult. So right now, the time to do that is totally back and prepare and get 7 days worth of supplies. As far as the sales tax holiday, you can go and get the full list at floridarevenue.com/disaster prep. floridarevenue.com/disaster prep. So that you can see the full list of supplies that are available tax-free. I want to thank Home Depot again for the partnership with the governor. Thank you. And let me introduce the mayor, Dave Turner of Palm Beach County.
Thank you. My name is Dave Turner. I'm currently serving as the mayor of Palm Beach County. I'd like to take this opportunity to refer to the governor. Thank you for being here in Palm Beach County. We appreciate your leadership, and I want to talk about that for and all that you directed us with. These two individuals, these leaders that led this state through one of the most challenging chapters of Florida's long history. And while we do have a long road ahead of us, we are well prepared and we have a great leadership and we're well resourced. And this is example A of that. Where, a little while ago, the governor moved the state of Florida to phase 1, and we appreciated the deference that you gave the urban counties of South Florida governor, Miami-Dade, Broward, and Palm Beach, by separating us out from the rest of the state, because we do have very particular and special needs we have them. There came a time when, with back from my colleagues like Vice Mayor Weinroth and members of the Florida County Commissioners, that we contacted the governor's office and we said we would like to move into phase 1. We think we're well prepared. We don't want to let you down, and the community doesn't want to let you down. And you took a chance on us, Governor. You trusted us, and I hope now that you're back here in Palm Beach County, several weeks after phase 1 has reopened, that you have as much confidence in our community to do the right thing and to stay safe, that we have confidence in you and your leadership, sir. And also, thank you for that very incredible gesture, both to the governor and to our community, and for embracing a testing site here at your facility. But your employees, your workers, are heroes as well, and they have re-emerged into this new society. I think this is the best case example of what is happening in South Florida, how seriously we take social distancing, how seriously we take keeping our vulnerable populations healthy, but also getting back into the economic swing of things. There may be a little less demand for testing right now, but there is an immense demand to get back to financial stability in this county, and through the leadership of the governor and the DEM, we've been able to find that balance and keep our constituents safe. So there's nothing that I can say that hasn't been covered by our governor and our director of the DEM. It's an honor to have you here again, sir. Thank you for the leadership and to the community. We're doing a great job. The numbers bear that out. That is a work product of the people that live here in Palm Beach County. Continue to stay safe. Continue to make Florida proud. And before we know it, this new normal will be something that we've embraced fully and will show great effectiveness in keeping the public safe. Thank you again for having us here today.
Well, good afternoon. I'm Boca Raton Mayor Scott Singer, and I wanted to also thank you, Governor, for your leadership during these very trying times. And thank you, Director Moskowitz. It's not just your leadership, but your responsiveness of your entire administration, your staff in particular, DEM, Director Moskowitz, has been a lifeline for some of the needs we've had at our city level. Our city is just one of the many who've reached out and gotten responses when we needed, whether it was for smaller things like small business issues, or a very hyper-specific issue on the intercoastal waterway, or the bigger announcement last week with testing and a new testing facility at FAU. And that's why I'm so glad to be here today, as I was last week, because testing is going to be essential for the health, security, and safety of our communities, our neighborhoods, and to enhance the recovery. So we're grateful for all that you've done, all that you're going to continue to do, and thank you for your kind words and smart words to everyone to be prepared. This has presented a number of challenges at the local, county, and state levels, and we're very grateful for the collaboration we have with our state, our county, and at all levels. People working very hard to keep all of us safe, and thank you, everyone in the audience. I can see the many masks here. Continue to take precautions, continue to prepare for hurricane season. Thank you again, Governor, for your leadership. All your the mayors for their collaboration. And really, Palm Beach has been great working with the county, Broward, Miami-Dade. We really believe that you got to collaborate. It's a bottom-up deal, particularly when you have counties that got a lot going on. We understood that what would be right for Northwest Florida may not be the same for Palm Beach, and I think that was the right approach. I'd also just like to point out, Jared mentioned the mobile testing lab that we did. This is another example of Florida really innovating, leading the way nationally. We set the lab up, as Jared mentioned, used mostly for long-term care, homeless, things where you really need to be expeditionary. But for the space launch on Wednesday, the White House asked us, could you test everyone who's going to be anywhere near the president? So Jared set it up. They think they did 75 tests of people who were going to be in. The White House physician was so impressed with it, he went in and got the schematics. They asked for the schematics, was taking notes. They're going to recommend that every state do something like we did with outfitting this RV. And so I just think that that's good. And it builds off some of the other things. Recently I was in Central Florida with Vice President Pence delivering PPE from HHS in a long-term care facility. Well, Jared has been sending stuff to long-term care facilities for months. Because we understood early on, yeah, the hospitals need it, the healthcare workers need to be protected, but if you give it to the folks at the long-term care facilities and you stop the spread there, that'll prevent more people from ending up in the hospital to begin with. And so, as of this point, we've sent over 11 million masks just to long-term care facilities in the state of Florida. Jared's now sending hundreds of thousands of more gowns. We've done 500,000 face shields, over 1 million gloves. We were doing that. I went to the White House and did the brief with the president one day. So as we did that, then we started seeing FEMA and HHS follow suit because they understood. So I really appreciate the way Florida has really innovated and led the way on some of these important issues. And we are hoping that this launch happens on Saturday. We're all very excited for Wednesday, but these things we made the right decision. But we're on the cusp of, once again, sending American astronauts to space, launching from American soil by an American rocket. And if we're able to do this, the next stop is to the moon again, and the stop on that is to Mars. And I think the collaboration between the federal government and some of these great new companies is the way to go. Florida is really going to be at the epicenter for this innovation. And so we really hope that there's a successful launch on Saturday. I know a lot of people were tuning in. We'll keep our fingers crossed. It's going to be a town hall again. It looks like with the weather. But hopefully we're able to get it done. I know a lot of people will be happy. And with that, I'm happy to take a couple of questions. I haven't decided yet. Probably, yeah. I mean, pretty soon. I mean, we've got a bunch of different things that are expiring. We obviously are also going to look at Florida's overall posture on some of the restrictions, and so we'll be having a lot of announcements, I think, over the next few days. So this is interesting because no one was really talking about contact tracing 2-3 months ago. But the county health department, in conjunction with the Florida Department of Health, have done a lot of contact tracing throughout this whole time period. And if you look at why, so obviously Miami, Broward, and Palm Beach, they had special challenges, partially because of the population being more urban, but it was the #1 landing spot for people leaving New York City, and that's just a fact, and so that makes it tough. They were still, though, during that, doing contact tracing. Now, once the epidemic spreads enough, the contact tracing isn't going to be enough to contain it. But we had a lot of counties in the state of Florida throughout March and April where they were doing contact tracing, and they helped contain. Now, these are not as populous counties as here, but you look at places like Panama City, Bay County, some of these others, they had very modest cases, and part of the reason is because you did do that. Now, there are going to be more that are added because we have the ability to do it, but I just want Floridians to know what's going to be done on that is going to be the traditional public health, call contacts, explain to them that they may have been exposed. We are not taking your cell phone data. we are not doing any surveillance. I think that that is way overboard. I think that would absolutely be abused, and so we're not going to do that. We are going to do the traditional methods, which have always proven to be effective, and you'll do it. Part of the challenge, though, is this is not like MERS or original SARS, where you would only be contagious once you really started showing symptoms. Here, you have people that get infected that don't even know they're infected. They're people that never develop symptoms. So contact tracing asymptomatic carriers is very difficult. So contact tracing can't do it all. What it can do is when there are discrete outbreaks, be able to have people there, do the public health measures, follow up, and then contain it. And so a place like Palm Beach, you wouldn't be able to contact trace the whole county. But if you had an outbreak in Wellington, then you can go and do it. So there are more added. We got a lot of CARES Act money. That's part of what the Department of Health is doing. But one of the unsung stories about this whole epidemic in Florida was the extent to which the county health departments, in conjunction with the Florida Health Department, did do this shoe leather work. And they did help contain the epidemic throughout the state of Florida from what it otherwise would be.
Greetings. I've lost a lot of friends to the scorn over the last few weeks. He's a trash chieftain's responsible for most of it. Find him.
Well, so if you look at the unemployment numbers as of the end of April, we were a little over 1 million. We've done a little over 1 million individual claimants, paid out over $3.5 billion. That's more in like the last 8 to 10 weeks than the state paid out cumulatively over the previous 5 years combined. And so you're seeing people get paid. You also have a situation where, obviously the system was, it broke at the beginning of April, end of March. So you actually have people who have now gone back to work who are still getting paid. They're calling saying, hey, I don't think I should get this. And we're telling them, well, actually, you were eligible for these 4 weeks, and so the payment reflects that. So those payments are coming in, and it's just a matter of how it's got processed. But we can tell you this, the fact that we have over 1 million is very important, because when this system broke, it was a really difficult situation for a lot of people, and I surged more resources than we've ever done on any domestic issue, I would argue, because I said other than the health, it's our top priority, and so they've been able to do a lot of really good things. So that's going to continue going, and they've been even going back and working on if someone falls through the cracks, so they've made thousands more calls to try to figure out if someone just needs to tweak the application. So they're being proactive about it. They've worked really hard. We got to continue to do it. Look, the system, I've analogized it to like putting a jalopy on the Daytona 500 track. It just wasn't built for this, and there's obviously an investigation of why the state would have paid so much money for this 4 or 5 years ago. So you're getting under the hood of that, trying to create a really good engine, and they've had some success in doing it, but it requires constant upkeep to be able to do it and process the money successfully. To be announced. Yeah, so we're working with Publix and Home Depot. They will announce those. I would imagine you're going to see probably several more in some of those future. We've done it, and in fact, we're working on it as we see fit, as they see fit. We want to host it. I think late August, we're going to be ready to do that, and obviously his government can tell us what we need to do to make sure it's safe, but I think we should do it. It'll be a huge economic boon for the state, and I think that they're losing patience with North Carolina, and if they don't get answers that at least the state will work with them, then I think they are looking elsewhere. And of all the states that have put up their hand, and there have been a lot of them that want it, I think we would be the most natural landing spot for it. So I think you're going to probably get an answer on this within the next, probably the next week, because at some point you got to either pull the trigger or you don't. It's going to take time for people to be able to get in place, whatever. But I think it would be good for Florida. I also think it's good for Florida. If you notice, we may be the home for the Major League Soccer out of Central Florida. May be the home for the National Basketball Association. I know they're working with Disney. I've made clear We want to have it. We think it's important for the psyche of the state and the country to get sports back online. And so I think that that would be great. If you look at the different sports that have happened since the pandemic hit, you have UFC, the Ultimate Fighting was done in Jacksonville. We worked with Dana White to get them there. WWE has done their Orlando training site to film their thing, including WrestleMania. We had 2 charity golf events in the state of Florida, one in Juno Beach, in Palm Beach, the other in Hope Sound, which was on Saturday or Sunday with Tiger Woods. They raised $20 million for COVID relief efforts, and we were happy to have that take place in the state of Florida. And we're also looking to do some racing, some NASCAR very soon. So I think these are good things, and I'm looking forward to working with folks who want to get back to work. So I think, Jerry could probably speak to it. They're looking at doing different things, but I think as he mentioned, based on the construction of your home, if your home's new and you're in a certain zone, given various risks, it may be better to stay at home. And that'll be something, it's not going to be the state dictating, it's going to be us working with people like Mayor Kerner on our best information, their best information, and then making a call on an intelligent way. We also are obviously preparing how does this look in the age of the coronavirus, but it may not be as prevalent then. I mean, you actually have people now that are saying, in Oxford I know they're saying, we don't think we can get a coronavirus vaccine approved by the fall. People say, why? They're like, we don't think in Britain there's going to be enough people that have it in July and August to be able to do the trial. I don't know what they're saying, but that's what they see it going down. So we'll see what it looks like. But I do think the long-term care facilities, that's very, very important because those are the patients that are going to be most at risk. If you have a situation with coronavirus. So I want to thank Home Depot. This is a really neat thing that they've had there. You've got the Beach of Florida, which I think they're open in Palm Beach, right? Beaches are open. All right, good. You got people out there. You got the oranges, Home Depot, U.S. Navy, and then the Great American Flag. So thanks, Home Depot. Thanks to all the associates at Home Depot for working so hard during this time. And then again, thank my friend Bernie Marcus for always being there for the state of Florida. So thank you guys.
Here's President Trump.
Thank you. I'm here today to talk about our relationship with China and several new measures to protect American security and prosperity. China's pattern of misconduct is well known. For decades, they've ripped off the United States like no one has ever done before. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year were lost dealing with China, especially over the years during the prior administration. China raided our factories, offshored our jobs, gutted our industries, stole our intellectual property, and violated their commitments under the World Trade Organization. To make matters worse, they are considered a developing nation, getting all sorts of benefits that others, including the United States, are not entitled to. But I have never solely blamed China for this. They were able to get away with the theft like no one was able to get away with before because of past politicians and, frankly, past presidents. But unlike those who came before, my administration negotiated and fought for what was right. It's called fair and reciprocal treatment. China has also unlawfully claimed territory in the Pacific Ocean, threatening freedom of navigation and international trade. And they broke their word to the world on ensuring the autonomy of Hong Kong. The United States wants an open and constructive relationship with China, but achieving that relationship requires us to vigorously defend our national interests. The Chinese government has continually violated its promises to us and so many other nations. These plain facts cannot be overlooked or swept aside. The world is now suffering as a result of the malfeasance of the Chinese government. China's cover-up of the Wuhan virus allowed the disease to spread all over the world, instigating a global pandemic that has cost more than 100,000 American lives and over 1 million lives worldwide. Chinese officials ignored their reporting obligations to the World Health Organization and pressured the World Health Organization to mislead the world when the virus was first discovered by Chinese authorities. Countless lives have been taken and profound economic hardship has been inflicted all around the globe. They strongly recommended against me doing the early ban from China, but I did it anyway. It was proven to be 100% correct. China has total control over the World Health Organization, despite only paying $40 million per year compared to what the United States has been paying, which is approximately $450 million a year. We have detailed the reforms that it must make and engage with them directly, but they have refused to act. Because they have failed to make the requested and greatly needed reforms, we will be today terminating our relationship with the World Health Organization and redirecting those funds to other worldwide and deserving urgent global public health needs. The world needs answers from China on the virus. We must have transparency. Why is it that China shut off infected people from Wuhan to all other parts of China? It went nowhere else. It didn't go to Beijing. It went nowhere else. But they allowed them to freely travel throughout the world, including Europe and the United States. The death and destruction caused by this is incalculable. We must have answers not only for us, but for the rest of the world. This pandemic has underscored the crucial importance of building up America's economic independence, reshoring our critical supply chains, and protecting America's scientific and technological advances. For years, the government of China has conducted illicit espionage to steal our industrial secrets, of which there are many. Today, I will issue a proclamation to better secure our nation's vital university research and to suspend the entry of certain foreign nationals from China who we have identified as potential security risks. I am also taking action to protect the integrity of America's financial system, by far the best in the world. I am instructing my presidential working group on financial markets to study the differing practices of Chinese companies listed on the U.S. financial markets with the goal of protecting American investors. Investment firms should not be subjecting their clients to the hidden and undue risks associated with financing Chinese companies that do not play by the same rules. Americans are entitled to fairness and transparency. Several of the most significant actions we're taking pertain to deeply troubling situations unfolding in Hong Kong. This week, China unilaterally imposed control over Hong Kong's security. This was a plain violation of Beijing's treaty obligations. with the United Kingdom in the Declaration of 1984 and explicit provisions of Hong Kong's Basic Law, it has 27 years to go. The Chinese government's move against Hong Kong is the latest in a series of measures that are diminishing the city's long-standing and very proud status. This is a tragedy for the people of Hong Kong, the people of China, and indeed the people of the world. China claims it is protecting national security. But the truth is that Hong Kong was secure and prosperous as a free society. Beijing's decision reverses all of that. It extends the reach of China's invasive state security apparatus into what was formerly a bastion of liberty. China's latest incursion, along with other recent developments that degraded the territory's freedoms, makes clear that Hong Kong is no longer sufficiently autonomous to warrant the special treatment that we have afforded the territory since the handover. China has replaced its promised formula of one country, two systems with one country, one system. Therefore, I am directing my administration to begin the process of eliminating policy exemptions that give Hong Kong different and special treatment. My announcement today will affect the full range of agreements we have with Hong Kong, from our extradition treaty to our export controls on dual-use technologies and more, with few exceptions. We will be revising the State Department's travel advisory for Hong Kong to reflect the increased danger of surveillance and punishment by the Chinese state security apparatus. We will take action to revoke Hong Kong's preferential treatment as a separate customs and travel territory from the rest of China. The United States will also take necessary steps to sanction PRC and Hong Kong officials directly or indirectly involved in eroding Hong Kong's autonomy and just, if you take a look, absolutely smothering Hong Kong's freedom. Our actions will be strong. Our actions will be meaningful. More than 2 decades ago, on a rainy night in 1997, British soldiers lowered the Union flag and Chinese soldiers raised the Chinese flag in Hong Kong. The people of Hong Kong felt simultaneously proud of their Chinese heritage and their unique Hong Kong identity. The people of Hong Kong hoped that in the years and decades to come, China would increasingly come to resemble its most radiant and dynamic city. The rest of the world was electrified by a sense of optimism that Hong Kong was a glimpse into China's future, not that Hong Kong would grow into a reflection of China's past. In every decision, I will continue to proudly defend and protect the workers, families, and citizens of the United States of America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So there is President Trump with some major news and really squaring off against China, escalating not just a war of words, but now a full-on economic assault against Beijing. He has cut off all funding from the U.S. to the World Health Organization. The U.S. is pulling out of the World Health Organization, according to President Trump. That effective right away. He believes, as he said in the Rose Garden, that the World Health Organization is basically a tool of China. On China, the president excoriated China's decision to extend national security law over Hong Kong. And he responded by saying they will deny visas to certain Chinese nationals and also change the treatment of China on American financial markets. These are important issues for investors as they go at. This is an attempt by the president really to take on China economically, and he also, as he has many times before, blamed China for the spread of the coronavirus pandemic. So the president cutting off U.S. funding and support for the World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic and taking on China on a number of fronts economically. I want to go to our Martha Raddatz, who has been standing by watching this. You know, this was billed, Martha, as something of a small bore response that the president had to China's action against Hong Kong, but it feels to me like this is something more major.
Well, he's certainly been focusing on China, as we know, since the pandemic began, and in some ways distracting from the pandemic by focusing on China. But he's absolutely right that China is smothering Hong Kong, and that they will focus on that more. The administration will now focus on that more. But as you heard there, Terry, at the very beginning, again, he talks about Wuhan and that lab in Wuhan, and WHO as well. I think that was not entirely surprising. He has been talking about the World Health Organization and how disappointed he was in that organization and their response, and he's taking action today. Of course, I think we all expected more from the president today, and certainly to talk about Minnesota and about what is happening there and those protests and those very controversial tweets he has had in the last 24 hours, Terry.
Absolutely, Martha. He took no questions on a day when Minneapolis and the country are in a kind of agony over what's happened in that city over the past week. The President of the United States not saying a word about it. Pierre Thomas is with us. Pierre, the Attorney General of the United States, William Barr, did issue a statement on this. The arresting officer, the man who was seen in that video with his knee on George Floyd's neck, has been arrested and charged with third-degree murder and manslaughter. Where do we go from here with the Justice Department, with Attorney General William Barr issuing a statement?
Well, Terry, I was just reading through it when you began talking, and the Attorney General used some very strong language, for him anyway. He described the situation in looking at the video. He made clear that he's watched the video of Mr. Floyd's death, and he called it harrowing. He called it basically very disturbing. He pointed out that there's a parallel FBI and Justice Department investigation ongoing, and that he believes that justice will be served. He's very confident in that, he said. Now, the interesting thing he did point out is that the Justice Department action would likely come after the state charges are put forth. I don't know if that means all the charges from the state have to be filed before the Justice Department does anything, but he pointed out that the state action would likely come first. But clearly, this has caught the attention of the Attorney General. He knows this is a national story. It has major implications in terms of what that video says about race and policing. The Justice Department is responding. A lot of work to do on their end. He talked about the fact that the FBI would be gathering additional evidence, again, in parallel with what the state officials are doing, Terry.
All right, Pierre, thank you. I want to go to Cecilia Vega on what we just heard and did not hear from President Trump, Cecilia. There are the reports. There was supposed to be a press conference. By tradition, that means the press asks questions, doesn't just act as props. What do you make of what we saw?
I'll be frank, Terry. I'm a little bit speechless, and it takes a lot to be speechless these days. The silence, frankly, is astounding. We've got a nation that is on edge. I don't even know if that goes far enough to describe how divided, how outraged, how enraged the country is right now, let alone specifically the city of Minneapolis and particularly African Americans in our country. And the president didn't utter a single word about what is happening there right now. He didn't mention the name George Floyd. He didn't say anything about the arrest that had just happened. He didn't say anything about what sort of justice he would like to see carried out. Yes, everything you and Martha said at the top of this relating to China, this is huge news. The White House, the administration pulling out of the WHO in the middle of a global pandemic has huge implications. But the silence, what was not said in the Rose Garden right now, is frankly astounding. And I can't imagine any other president, frankly, walking out in the middle of a national crisis like the one that we are living through today and not acknowledging it to the country.
He has obviously spoken about it on Twitter, as we've talked about, and there's no question the confrontation with China over Hong Kong and over other matters is very, very important. Do you think that in bashing China, the president is also trying to score some political points, reminding people why many of them supported them to begin with, and taking on China and the globalization consensus that ruled in Washington? Is he playing politics, do you think, a little bit with this?
There's certainly politics at play here. There's still trade negotiations going on with China that the president is working his way through. You mentioned at the beginning he called this the Wuhan virus to begin with, so he is looking to shift blame as we are still in the middle of this coronavirus crisis. Also here in this country, certainly this is about politics in the middle of everything that is going on, in the middle of this pandemic, in the middle of what's happening and this crisis, this moment of crisis that our nation is living through in Minneapolis. We sort of forget it is an election year. We are looking at 5 months away from an election, and all of this comes into play at that. But really, to me, Terry, the headline right now is what was not said in the Rose Garden just a few minutes ago.
All right, Cecilia Vega, thank you very much. On an important day for the United States-China relationship with Martha Raddatz, it's also an important day for the presidency. As Cecilia just mentioned, we're accustomed in moments of national trauma and crisis to look to the president for words of calming, words of unifying motivation, words essentially to get us through a hard time. And today the president chose to bash China.
He did, and as Cecilia said, utter silence on what is dominating coverage in this country and the pain that the death of George Floyd caused. Those protests last night, let me remind you what the president said in his tweets. He said, when the looting starts, the shooting starts. The state has now sent out 500 National Guard troops into that city. The president did not talk exactly about what those National Guard troops would be doing, but they are under the control of the governor, not the president of the United States. They are not part of the full-time active duty military, but the president said we need to bring the city under control. The National Guard will get the job done right. Let's talk about the rules of engagement. The National Guard troops are armed. There were apparently some credible threats against those troops, so they are armed, and we've seen pictures. They have long weapons and presumably sidearms as well. They're supposed to only use lethal force in self-defense, but what those troops will be doing is putting themselves between the lines of protesters and sites that might be harmed. They will also be providing security for the fire department and others. But the rules of engagement, having the commander-in-chief talk about those rules of engagement, essentially saying when the looting starts, the shooting will start, is confusing to troops. As one former senior officer said to me, it's hard enough when you're overseas and facing the enemy. It's much more difficult when you're in the homeland facing your own citizens. Remember, the National Guard are citizens. They live in Minnesota. They're state National Guard, Terry.
And they are facing a long, hard night in Minneapolis. Martha Raddatz, thanks very much for that. You can follow all of these developments, get more news reports from Minneapolis, and more on what President Trump has done with the World Health Organization, on China, on World News Tonight with David Muir, and of course on Nightline, and all the time on all the other outlets that you can get ABC News on. Thanks for watching. I'm Terry Moran.
This is what being live is all about.
I can see pushing through.
This is ABC News
Nine
Live.
neighborhoods are underwater.
24/7 streaming news source. ABC News. Imagine breaking news, live events as they happen, streaming live, non-stop, straight to you. Imagine.
has ever done before. Hundreds of billions of dollars a year were lost dealing with China, especially over the years during
with special focus on addressing disparities. That money will be distributed to the states, and we want the tracing to be done by those who are culturally compatible with the communities in which they are collecting data and tracing, and require, again, culturally and linguistically appropriate strategies for increasing access. With all of this, with all these deaths, the need for us to pass so that as law, more specific prescribed direction to the administration who should have done this on their own. Mitch McConnell says, no, we need a pause. We need a pause? Tell that to the virus. Is the virus taking a pause? Is hunger in America taking a pause? Do you see that the children in America have food insecurity to such an extent, even though we have passed legislation to provide more food for children who are not in school because that's where they get their main meals. But we have to be more effective in how that is distributed, and we need more resources, and that's in the HEROES Act as well. The HEROES Act is an answer. It has a strategy. It has three main pillars. Honor our heroes, our healthcare workers, our public safety, police, fire, emergency services, food suppliers, sanitation, transportation, our teachers, our teachers, our teachers. They risk their lives, many of them, to save lives, and now they may lose their jobs, and that's why we have to support state and local government. Secondly, testing, testing, testing. You want to open up the schools, you want to open up the economy, you want to keep people healthy. There's an answer, and it works. Testing, tracing, treatment, isolation. Make a decision, Mr. President, to do just that. Take responsibility. And third, put money in the pockets of the American people. All three of these we've done in a bipartisan way already, and we need to do more. We cannot take a pause. And again, there's many things within there in terms of having safety in the workplace with OSHA, having support of our post office where over a billion packages of medicine were sent through the mail. It's a health issue. 90% of our veterans' medicine comes to them through the mail. It's a health issue. Goes by mail. It's a health issue. It's always been the health of our democracy, and now it's a personal health issue as well. And food security. What is their response when they have turned down our request for more funding for food stamps, for SNAP, for emergency food services, for WIC, Women, Infant, and Children, for all of those initiatives? How cruel can you be to say, at a time of this economic uncertainty, that we are not going to provide more funding for food? Fortunately, there are people around the country in a bipartisan way who are acting upon all of these initiatives. They're causing a drumbeat across America, an echo chamber of America, to say, we can't wait. We need to get the job done. So, there we are on that. I'm going to talk to you about what happened yesterday on the floor that I'm very happy about. The Uyghur Human Rights Policy Act in a very bipartisan way, overwhelmingly. We voted on legislation. Senator Rubio has been a leader on this in the House. Chris Smith, Mike McCall brought the bill to the floor with Elliot Engel, our chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee, Mr. Sherman, Mr. Swazi, and others. Jim McGovern, of course, has been our champion on human rights in China and every place else in the world. So we're very pleased with that. And now as we approach the 31st anniversary of Tiananmen Square, more focus on human rights in China, Tibet, Hong Kong, all of China, including in Beijing, and of course with the Uyghurs. The statement that was made by the Secretary of State about under the law that we passed last fall, which was a strengthening of the Hong Kong Democracy Act. The Secretary of State had to certify that China was honoring the basic law, the terms of the relationship of one country, two systems. Secretary has stated that he cannot certify that that is the case. And so we want everyone to oppose this law that the Chinese are putting forth to take away that autonomy from Hong Kong. So much going on. So much going on. Again today on the floor, we are not going to be taking up the bill that was sent over by the Senate, the FISA bill. Yesterday in the morning, the Republican on the Committee of Jurisdiction, one of the committees of jurisdiction, Judiciary, Mr. Jordan, testified in favor of the bill. Sometime after that, the president said he would veto the bill. So all of the Republicans then abandoned their commitment to security and said that they were going to vote against the bill. This has always been bipartisan. Mr. Jordan said in the committee yesterday, "I would like to thank Senators Lee and Leahy for their amendment to the House-passed bill, which strengthened the amicus role in these proceedings by extending them to any sensitive investigative matter involving U.S. persons." This was in his testimony in support of the bill yesterday, until the president spoke, and then all of a sudden commitment to national security disappeared by a tweet. Twinkle of a tweet, let's say, disappeared. So this has always been bipartisan, and I don't have any intention of departing from the fact that on FISA bill, we are always going to have to go in a bipartisan way. And if the Republicans were abandoning their commitment to that because of the president, that means we could not override his veto. So we didn't want to subject everyone to something that was not consistent with what we did just about 2.5 months ago when we passed a bipartisan bill. 2/3 of the Democrats, 2/3 of the Republicans voted for the legislation overwhelmingly, veto-proof, sent it to the Senate. The Senate sent back a bill with 80 senators voting for it, 45 Republicans voted for that, strengthened FISA bill, strengthening the protections for American people in it. And then the president said he would veto it. But it's no surprise because the administration, especially those in the Justice Department, really don't want any bill that provides protections for the American people. They want to have all the leeway in the world to do what they do. It's most unfortunate. But we will hopefully go to a conference so that we can represent and debate all the views in our caucus and their caucuses, Republican caucus, Democratic caucuses, to come up with a bipartisan legislation, because I do believe we need a bill in order to protect our security and our liberty. Security and liberty, always the balance that we have. But with all the technology that's out there, we have to take extra steps in terms of protecting privacy and the rest. So with that, I will answer any questions you may have. As I just mentioned in closing, 41 million Americans out of work. 41 million Americans out of work. Over 100,000 people have died. More than 1.5 million people infected by this, and we are not taking the strong position, robust, strong position that we must take to do what we know works. It works in other countries. It works in certain communities that abide by it. It has to. We have to put the resources there to make sure that we do the proper outreach to define the problem, to test, trace, treat, save lives, and isolate. Yes, ma'am.
The president is expected to sign an executive order today that will essentially make the social media guys more liable to lawsuits as a result of what he says is censorship. What are your thoughts on this?
It's outrageous, but it's an outrageous situation. While Twitter is putting up their fact check under what the president says about voting, they still won't take off the misrepresentations the president is putting out there about the death of a gentleman whose wife died, and he's asking them to take down the president's misrepresentations. So it's, yes, we'd like Twitter to put up their fact-checked president, but it seems to be very selective. Very selective. And of course, you know my view of this, and I've said it before. Facebook, all of them, they're all about making money. Their business model is to make money at the expense of the truth and the facts and that they know. And they defend that. I think Facebook has made tens of billions of dollars during this period of time when people are so reliant on social media. And they testify that they have no responsibility for the truth.
Be a publisher or a platform?
Well, the fact is that what they are is somebody who's avoiding taxes and regulation. And that's the go back. And so when you see all they want is to not pay taxes, which they got their tax break in 2017, the tax scam, gave all those advantages to the high end, and they don't want to be regulated. So they pander to the White House. You see what Facebook Zuckerberg is saying today about just pander. Tax cuts, no regulation. Our business model is to misrepresent the facts and to be a platform to do that and try to hide the freedom of speech, which is, of course, a complete violation of everything freedom of speech stands for. Freedom. And they knew during the 2016 elections that the Russians were engaged in foul play. They knew because they saw where the money was coming from. It never occurred to them to check on that. So again, what the president is doing is it's almost seen as people who've been in cahoots with each other. And so no honor among thieves. That's really kind of what it comes down to. They've all exploited the truth. And some have made money off of it, and some have made political capital off of the misrepresentations. But what the president is doing is silly. It's silly. But let's say that it's a distraction. I opened this meeting talking about testing how it's going to save lives, open our economy, send our kids back to school, save lives, and the rest. We're talking about Twitter. So let's get back to saving lives, okay? Yes, sir. What about that?
On a practical level, regarding the next steps for response to coronavirus, is it more likely that there won't be anything serious negotiations taking place until either the $600 UI add-on comes up for renewal or until the PPP runs out of money? And if so, what's their issue with that?
No, I think that the drumbeat across America, our members have come back with so many positive experiences, of course, all virtual, about what they're hearing in their districts and the rest. And again, state, local, county, governments are so in need because of what they have spent on the coronavirus outlays and what they have in terms of revenue lost. This is desperate need. As I said earlier, our healthcare workers, our first responders, so many people are risking their lives to save lives, and now they'll lose their jobs because their state and local governments and county governments, which provide some of the health care, just don't have the money to. They're either going to have to fire people, reduce services, raise taxes, or all of the above. And we have an answer that costs half as much as what the Republicans spent on their tax scam in 2017, giving 83% of the benefits to the high end. That half of that money helps states and localities stay open, honors our heroes. Again, the testing thing is urgent. If they want to ignore it, then they have responsibility for the increases in infection and death. And the American people, all the things we're talking about, whether it's state and local, whether it's unemployment insurance, as you mentioned, whether it's direct payments, whether it's food stamps, all of that are stimulus to the economy. In sharp contrast to their 2017 tax scam, which only benefited the high end and had no benefit to the general public, while at the same time adding $2 trillion to the national debt for our children to pay. So no, I think that they'll catch the spark. Their tone is changing, as I think you've probably noticed. Yes, ma'am.
On Hong Kong, we expect the US to remove Hong Kong special trade privileges.
I'm sorry, dear.
We expect the US should remove Hong Kong special trade privileges, and also do you expect some sanctions on Chinese citizens and companies in response to the national security law?
We'll see what the administration is going to do. There is an array of options in the bill, the Hong Kong Democracy Act, which was bipartisan, passed House and Senate last year in the fall, and it has certain
The taken corruption
an array
is spreading across the city. Aim well and push it
options for the president to use. We'll see what he does. But it was, I'm sad that the conclusion is, but there's no other conclusion to come to it. China is going to pass this Security Act. So we should all be speaking out against that Security Act, not just the United States. People around the world should be speaking out against it. It's a brazen move on the part of the Chinese government. It's a brazen move. And Hong Kong is so much part of the vitality of trade and commerce that goes into mainland China. You would think that they would want that vitality to continue. But President Xi is a very oppressive tyrant, as you know. The Uyghurs, who passed the Uyghur bill yesterday, millions of people. I don't know the exact numbers, but you say at least 1 million people in education camps, and he says they like it there. So Tibet, destroying the culture, the language, the religion of Tibet. And these are brutal people. They're taking brutal action, and now Hong Kong is very visible. It's really tragic. But I was disappointed to hear the Secretary's proclamation, whatever statement. However, in terms of the bill that we passed, he cannot certify that Hong Kong is able to function autonomously with the actions that the Chinese government is taking. And the bill has an array of possibilities for the president to take action. There are sanctions that include against individuals or other sanctions. We'll see where they go from there. Yes?
So Senator Payne announced this morning that he would sit back in the market for an antibody test to be back positive. In light of that, and in your overall focus on testing, I'm wondering, especially, have you ever been tested for coronavirus, either diagnostic test, antibody test?
At the time when our colleagues commented on the last question, which I know, we had all been through unanimous consent on the PPP, the second PPP. And so, when you're taking pictures, people look closer than they are. So people said, oh, you were in her company. We were at test. We're signing the bill, the enrollment. And so I said to the doctor, did I have any tests? He said, no. You don't have any symptoms, and the toxicity is not such to justify that. We don't want to have the test. For a while, there were scarcity of tests, and the fact is we didn't want to be first in line to get tested when so many people who had symptoms and had justification for it. What I want is to have many, many more tests so that there's a competition for them. And I don't think, just as you used that example of Senator Kaine and Mrs. Kaine, that you should have to have symptoms because you could be asymptomatic and be contagious, if that's the word. And so what we'd like to see in our bill is there's massive testing, tracing, treatment, saving of lives with isolation that would go with it. But no, the doctor said no, you don't need to, and you'd be putting yourself ahead of other people in line. So you'll have it. Yes.
You mentioned the tragedy in Minnesota, specifically the
Frederica Wilson bill. What else are you looking at specifically, House Democrats, that you could do legislatively? What are the tools that you even have at your disposal? It wasn't that long ago that you did a pretty comprehensive criminal justice reform bill. Is that not enough?
But apparently not. What we are, I don't want to distribute someone else's letter, but the Jerry Nadler, on behalf of the Democrats on the Judiciary Committee, I don't know if it's bipartisan, but the letter that I have is just Jerry Nadler's signature now. They go into them. They also go into the Arbery case tragedy. It's a letter to Attorney General Barr and Assistant Attorney General Draymond. And it has an array of questions and the rest. But we're working with our Congressional Black Caucus, who has been working on this. During the HEROES Act, I spent a lot of time on the phone with them, with conference calls and the rest, with big participation of many people, including, in some instances, the press, to talk about criminal justice and how disproportionately it was affecting the coronavirus, was affecting people in prison and the rest, and stories that went with that. Just one piece of the attention that they had paid to civil rights, to what happens in prisons, the health issue, how they all connect. So we take our guide from them on these particular issues, and the Judiciary Committee has that commission as one option, but it's only one option. Right now, that people just want to get the facts in both of the cases. They want to see federal investigation and action. We saw a murder take place before our very eyes. And so the fact that the police officers were fired, that's one thing, but there has to be some justice in all of this. So, again, you heard Mr. Clyburn, if you weren't here yesterday, but Mr. Clyburn spoke about this yesterday, about justice. So it's a larger issue, but it's not anything new, and it's been happening for a while. And sadly, at the same time, with so many other deaths, this is so unnecessary. I don't know if you saw his brother and his sister Bridget, on TV talking about him in such a beautiful way, and how sad it was and how unbelievable it was to them that their brother had suffered that fate. It was so counter to who he was, and how much they miss him and how much they love him, and how hopefully it's some comfort to them that so many people share their grief and pray for them at this sad time.
Do you think that officer should be charged with murder? Did we watch the murder on TV?
Let's take our lead from them in terms of how these things are sequenced. But we did see a murder on TV, and it wasn't self-defense. Thank you. Checking now. Done, done, done.
What do you need? We'll be watching.
The world's first Guardian must prepare and adapt. Ignorance is a pigeon solution. Anything is due. I must admit, Guardian, you're curious to see back open. Guardian, what puzzle do you bear? Do you have something for me, Guardian? I must admit, Guardian, very curious. See you alive, Guardian. The schematics for this structure are not filled with aluminum components. Another golden
The family, community, Mr. Floyd, everyone who's been impacted by this tragedy over the last week. It's been a chaotic time for our region, and specifically for the city of Minneapolis and the St. Paul Police Department and the city of St. Paul. I've got to tell you, I couldn't be more proud of the women and men of the St. Paul Police Department, our partners in the fire department, and all of our regional partners who helped us yesterday for a long, exhausting day of protecting the peace, making sure people didn't get injured, and helping our fire department make sure that they had the protection they need to extinguish many, many fires throughout the city. Obviously, where there's a lot of damage throughout the city, there were a lot of windows being broken. There was looting throughout the city. And our officers used a great deal of restraint, and they also used a great deal of determination to stop many of those active lootings throughout the city and active damaged property throughout the city. You know, the interesting part of the occurrence that we're in today is the fact that this has never happened before in the St. Paul Police Department in the city of St. Paul. All of our law enforcement partners are in the same boat. This morning, I talked to many of our local sheriffs and chiefs on a conference call about the challenges that we're all having. The difference in this circumstance is in past circumstances when one jurisdiction has a major issue that impacts public safety and civil disobedience actions throughout a city, we always have had our community, our partnering agencies to help with those circumstances. Because we know not one agency is big enough to handle large-scale protests and large-scale civil disobedience. There has been looting and crimes all the way from Dakota County to Washington County, Anoka County, Hennepin County, throughout the entire region. And every one of the women and men of law enforcement throughout the region are working so tirelessly to make sure that we keep their communities safe. Now you may ask,
what are you doing in the St. Paul Police Department to make sure that people are safe and secure and we're protecting property? Well, let me tell you, we have mobilized our department. We are working closely with our partners, requesting mutual aid from the state, which we did yesterday. Mayor Carter made that request. The governor yesterday, after we had provided a specific set of assistance items that we needed to protect infrastructure locations, police facilities, the state capitol with our state patrol partners. That's what happened yesterday, and we got that. We received that assistance, which allowed our officers to go help our fire department partners, and also try to hold those who were disgustingly looting throughout the city, hold them to account and bring them to justice. And it wasn't all. I want to make myself clear. It wasn't all. There were a lot of people out there yesterday who simply wanted to grieve and show their frustrations. And they were allowed to do that. And the people that decided to take this as an opportunity to victimize our community, that's the part that's so frustrating for the public servants in the city of St. Paul. So tonight we have a plan. We have, again, mobilized our resources through mutual aid, through the state, EOC, the National Guard will be here in larger strength this evening. Our state patrol and regional partners will also be shoulder to shoulder with us. And we're going to do everything we can to meet our priorities. And our priorities are the protection of human life and human injury. And I have to say, being that it has been our number one priority from the beginning, and we have not had injuries. And really that's a large task, and that's in a large part really a great deal to do with the great work of the officers on the St. Paul Police Department and our partners throughout the region. So with that, I want you in St. Paul to know that you are in good hands. Our officers are in good spirits. They have their chins up. They are honored to be here. They're not going anywhere. They're going to be here today. They're going to be here tomorrow. You're in good hands, and we will come to a better time at the end of the road. Thank you. Next up is Fire Chief Butchings. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Axel, Mayor Carter. My name is Butch Inks. I'm the fire chief here in St. Paul, the city I grew up in, and the city I absolutely love. In the last 24 hours, our fire department responded to over 295 calls. 169 of those calls were EMS calls. The other 126 were fire calls. Of those 126 fire calls, over 50 of them were actual working structure fires. We were successful at many of those fires with the utilization of our partners in the region, many of our mutual aid partners we utilized yesterday, but we also utilized our own staff. Staff of nearly 200 of our own firefighters were deployed going to work yesterday. I want to take a quick moment to say a thank you to the women and men of our department and the work that they did yesterday, the responses that they made, responses under some pretty hostile conditions. While bricks and rocks and bottles were being thrown at them, they were pulling hose, making entry, and saved a lot of structures. I also want to make sure I thank our city partners, city leadership, especially the police department. I'll tell you this, that without the police department responding with us, protecting us, leading us, more buildings would have burned out. They allowed us to show up on scene and do our job. So, Chief Axel, thank you. Thank you to your police department. What are we doing now? Right now, we still have crews out there extinguishing fires. We have our Department of Safety and Inspection have their disaster assessment teams deployed, assessing about 100 structures right now on if they're safe, habitable. We have members operating out of the Emergency Operations Center. We have members operating out of the Dispatch Center so we can ensure proper dispatch moving forward. And we have, as Chief Axel said, his department, his force is ready to serve. And know this, the fire department is as well. We have another 180, 200 firefighters on duty right now, ready to serve, ready to respond, ready to care for our citizens to ensure that they're safe and cared for, every single one of them. So with that, that's all I have, and thank you.
Mr. Mayor, you mentioned the businesses that were impacted yesterday. Today you heard the National Guard say that they got specific orders to help protect Target. But beyond that, they had more resources, and they weren't given specific orders, which is why the governor ended up stepping in after midnight. Can you respond to that?
Yes, thank you. And I think I left the businesses off of my list when I shared who we'd be praying for tonight. To be clear, we'll also be praying for the businesses who were impacted by the events of last night. We had, in my estimation, a strong partnership with our National Guard. As Chief Axel mentioned, that was really dependent upon the ability to give them a specific mission, which was to help us secure the Capitol, help us secure some of those kind of spaces so that our St. Paul police officers could be on the front line with us. Our St. Paul police officers have spent an enormous amount of time investing in the type of trust, making deposits in the bank of trust that Chief Axel always talks about. I literally hear Chief Axel every day ask our officers 3 questions. Were your actions reasonable? Were they necessary? And were they done with respect? That's the standard that we always set, that we always hold ourselves accountable to. That's the standard that our community has come to know from the St. Paul Police Department. And we know that the relationships between our police officers on the ground floor and our community is really critical. As we think about what happened last night, one of the things that helped us get through that night is those relationships on the ground and the way that our officers were able to engage with residents and people who they knew and able to sort of separate the folks who they knew and are from this community and are part of our activist community and those who are not, who were here to incite. And so, from our perspective, we had a very strong relationship with the National Guard. Having additional National Guard capacity in our city today will help to boost our capacity, and we're looking forward to continue to work with them to meet the mission that we're up against.
National Guard in Minneapolis, we were told yesterday, and I think from what they said today, that they had anticipated following those fire units and helping them. It doesn't sound like that's what happened here. The police were diverted to help with fire. Is that right? And can you tell me, was there communication about that? It sounds like where some of that confusion might come from.
There was a significant amount of communication. As Chief Inks mentioned, our police department provided incredible coverage for our firefighters who were helping to put out fires at times with rocks and bottles being thrown at them. Our police department and our fire department worked very well together last night. They worked very well with a number of partners, which included assistance from our state troopers, and from other agencies around the metro area as well as some assistance from our National Guard as well. I can ask our chiefs to speak more specifically to that if you like. Again, from our perspective, we had a very clear mission. We had a very clear set of assignments for the National Guard. They accomplished those for us, and we're able to move forward into today, into our preparedness for today. Anything to that?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, we asked for every resource we could possibly get from the National Guard yesterday. And when you receive resources, human resources from outside the city, it's best to ask to have them protect locations, because it's not as difficult to understand a dynamic situation where officers and firefighters are coming under attack with bottles and rocks and bricks. If they can secure a specific location, it's much more manageable and much more wise to do it that way. So we used every resource we possibly could get from our National Guard partners yesterday.
So were they asked to help protect those other businesses, or what happened there? It sounded like today they said they had more resources, but they weren't asked to go anywhere besides the target.
I can just speak to yesterday. We asked for resources. We received the resources. We put them to good use so our officers could go out and make sure we protect our community and protect the lives of our community members.
What's the plan for the National Guard then tonight?
Right now, I'm waiting to get the specific numbers that we will be receiving. And as soon as I get those numbers, we have specific asks, we have specific missions that we have requested through the state of Minnesota, Commissioner Harrington's office, and the governor's office to make sure that we have a clear plan, as we always do, to make sure when we ask for resources, the resources that we're getting understands that there's a mission and there's a plan to put those resources into place. And that occurred yesterday, and that is, again, occurring today.
Share the number of you're asking for and how that's different, or if it's similar to what you asked for yesterday?
So today I requested over 400 people from the National Guard and the State Patrol to help us in St. Paul.
What are your points?
Will we enforce the curfew? Yeah, so like any other time, any other crime that is on the books in the city of St. Paul, we obviously enforce the law. We do that very carefully and thoughtfully within our community standards, but that the curfew order is in place to make sure we keep St. Paul safe tonight, so we will be enforcing that curfew. So sure, we can refer to that to Steve Linder's or a city attorney's office to get the specifics on that.
City Attorney Lindsay Olson.
Thank you. The penalty is a misdemeanor at the state level and a $1,000 and or $1,000 fine.
It's a very fair question. Thank you. You know, I have so many friends throughout this city who own businesses that I've been talking with over the last 24 hours. And there is a level of frustration. And my heart goes out to our business community and the neighborhoods surrounding those business communities. Again, we used every possible resource that we had yesterday to address our number one priority, and that was to protect the lives of people in our communities along those business corridors. And our officers did an incredible job to accomplish that. But there were only a certain number of officers to go around to protect some of those businesses. And I want our community to understand clearly that tonight we will have many more resources to make sure that we are spread out in a larger capacity to provide additional protection to those businesses and our communities throughout St. Paul.
Okay, I just was curious, Chief, about arrests and investigating people who committed crimes. I saw on this list, it looks like there were 5 adults arrested. I think you had some strong words for people saying, we're going to look at the surveillance video. And how realistically, how many resources or how much do you dedicate to that? And how do you ensure that people would be held accountable for those business owners?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, we're having ongoing discussions about that. The great thing about the criminal justice system, and working again closely with our county attorney, city attorney's office, is that there's something called the statute of limitations. And if you break a window, you loot a building, you burglarize a building, and we have identification to show that you did that, and we will, and we do, and we're working on it. There will be some felony and misdemeanor charges coming out at the end of this. We are mobilizing within our department after we have stabilized the current situation, an investigative team to go through social media. We're going to go through other photos, open source photos, and identify people who are looting, committing criminal damage to property and other crimes throughout the city. And I guarantee you we will pursue those criminal charges with our criminal justice partners to hold those people accountable. So if you think out there that you are going to come to this city and commit a crime under a cloak of a mask, I'm telling you, this mask isn't going to protect your identity. We will find you at some point. There's a chance you could get away with it. But if you want to roll the dice, I would suggest you not do that.
Do you believe any of those people came from other communities, or do you believe these are individuals from St. Paul? Do you have any indication
I don't have any reason to believe that all of these people were from St. Paul. I believe firmly that many of these people are from outside of our city, outside of our community. Our community members, we have our issues from time to time in St. Paul, but nothing like what occurred last night. There were some outside influences that is very concerning, and we're going to make sure that we have a heavier force out there tonight to make sure that happens. So.
And I also want to ask the fire chief a question. We know that the fire last night was substantial. We saw, early hours of the morning, smoke going over Allianz Field, people smelling it from out. Can you talk to us about the magnitude of the fires last night and the challenges that posed?
Yeah, thank you. So the magnitude, a lot of the structures had heavy fire load. There's furniture, there's auto parts stores. So that made it challenging. It ignited quicker. So just the ability to get there and make a quick entry, it was challenging. So, every little bit that's delayed, given the fire load. It was windy last night, I think 14 mile an hour winds. All of that contributes to an increase in the magnitude of the fire. So.
I have one more question. Will you extend the curfew through the weekend, or is it just tonight? When will you make that decision?
We have put the curfew in place for tonight. I think we'll be making game time decisions as we move forward. We'll be making day-to-day decisions on how and when to extend it. That's correct, it's tonight, right? It's just tonight? Curfew in place tonight. I'm sorry. Okay, the order that I signed puts a curfew in place for tonight and tomorrow. It is, of course, extendable, but we will make that decision when the time comes. Tomorrow, I'm sorry, it's 9 to 6
a.m. Saturday.
Yes, so 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. twice.
Okay, so
yes.
So 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. again, Saturday night to Sunday.
Correct. That's right.
Thank you, everyone. Peter Leggett's available for follow-up questions from the mayor's office. Brian McCloskey from Fire, and I'm available for please.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. You said 50 structure fires?
Another golden age blueprint for interplanetary orbital sales. Fire is the utmost one true land. So it's always been. Guardians are always
That's back. That's back.
new secrets. Guardians are always doorstep. Best cryptographers are never known by name, only by quality. I must admit, Guardian, very curious to see what you've got for me to crack open. Remain vigilant, Guardian. As it practically be as safe as you think. Yes, Guardian, by all means. Let's get started. We live in dangerous times, Guardian. I hope you have something for me that might help me make it safer. Best cryptographers are never known by name. These are clones. I must admit, Guardian, I'm very curious. Got for me to crack open. Mystery. You never know what we're going to find. I must admit, Guardian, very curious. Got for me to crack open.
could use your help recovering its data.
We can't let the Hive claim this warship.
The neural net is active. I'm sending the Javelin your way. The Javelin should be there any moment.
We'll take care of it.
Let's work together.
use your help recovering its data.
We can't let the Hive claim this war site.
Rasputin is calling in the Valkyrie at your location. Valkyrie at your location.
We'll take care of it. Ogre down. War sat clear.
All in a day's work. Great job out there.
Feels good to be back.